We're all doing our homework. The last chance.
All right. Welcome to the Natomas Charter School Board of Directors meeting for March 13th. Calling us to order at 5:03. Let's see, roll call. Doug Gaffney.
Here.
Nita Kushal.
Here.
Sean King.
Here.
Gina Lee. Maria Mejarado.
Here.
Preeti Merchant.
Preeti will be joining us about 5:30.
Okay, great. Jennifer Morgan, I'm here. Shante Norton.
Here.
Okay, and we're still waiting on our students.
Student representatives were asked to not come until 6:30 when you guys resume open session.
Perfect, okay, sounds good. All right, hearing of the public for items on the closed session agenda.
Nothing received with me.
Okay, I will adjourn us to closed session to consider and or take action upon any of the following public employee performance evaluation pursuant to Government Code 54954.2. Administrative representatives, Dr. Joe Wood, Dr. Walt Hanline, Executive Director Evaluation of Employment, adjourned to closed session 5:04.
Oh, I'm thinking my cushion.
We're gonna be there.
Members of the public watching online, just want to let you all know the board is running a little behind schedule. We apologize. They are wrapping things up now.
Okay, that's good. Thank you.
Are you okay? You have a comment? All right, welcome back to the Natomas Charter School Board of Directors meeting for March. I will reconvene open session at 6:47. No action taken during closed session. Our student liaisons are here. We will start with Early College Academy, Diego.
So for the month of February, first we have the Spirit Week that was from February 13th to the 16th. Fun days like Bring a Pet Rock Day where they gotta paint rocks. Dress up or dress down, you wear pajamas or you wear something formal. And we also had an event that week. It was a movie night. We watched Shrek.
No.
The winter formal was March 4th. The theme was masquerade. I personally didn't attend, but people who did said that it was very nice, very fun. So there was a UC Davis field trip on March 8th. The first 30 students to sign up got to go. And again, I didn't go, but the people who did say that they had a nice time and they enjoyed walking around in the senior campus. The ECA yearbook is now on sale. The price is $22.52. And I wrote this before, but this week is actually CAT testing week. Juniors are testing from the 13th to the 17th. And there's no workshops for all the students. And then Spanish 4 seniors are preparing to take the CLA by literacy test for that goes in their diploma and shows that they fluent in 2 different languages. Okay, that's all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Diego. Next up, my agenda went dark.
Good evening, everyone. I hope everyone's settling into daylight saving time, because I know I'm not. But I'm kind of happy that days are longer and sunnier, because after the weather for like the past few weeks, I'm ready to see some sun. So as everyone knows, February was Black History Month. So we had the LMC celebrate it. We had it in our curriculum for school. And we also had like a DJ hustle during lunch. So that was pretty fun. And we celebrated the whole month with online pride. Then we had a March Madness rally at the end of the trimester. And we had a basketball tournament for 6th, 7th, 8th, and then whoever wins goes against the teachers. And apparently the 6th graders won against the 7th, 8th, and the teachers. So we have the competition there. And moving on to recent events, we had 6th grade soccer tryouts, boys and girls. They recently had a game at American Lakes in the storm, and they won that. And our girls made it to the basketball playoffs against Natomas Middle. They came second, so they lost, but they didn't lose any games leading up to the playoffs, so that was pretty good. And then my favorite part of the whole month was we had a 5-day President's Day weekend. And then we had our first 7th grade field trip to UC Davis, and a big thanks for them to showing us the Entomology Center, Mondavi Center, Shrum Museum, and everything else. For academics, we had our 3rd trimester end, and that calls for iReady Diagnostics. Students have shown tremendous growth, and to celebrate those students, we will be having a special popcorn party organized by ASB and Dr. Loktev, including our new popcorn machine. And that's all for this month.
Thank you. Is Key
I am reading Key's report for them.
okay?
Key is part of our Something Rotten performance, which
Awesome.
opens on Friday night, so they're in the middle of rehearsal right now. So ballet department had a field trip to the Sacramento Ballet and Studios on February 10th, and students were also offered to see Swan Lake on February 17th at the Sacramento Ballet. Vocal ensemble, advanced jazz band, and percussion ensemble auditions happened, and students were chosen Students who were chosen were announced near the end of February. Congratulations to all who made it in. The middle school dance, Once Upon a Time, happened on February 24th in the NPR. Students had a fun time dressing up in a fairy tale theme, eating food, dancing, and overall hanging out with their friends. Middle school auditions happened on February 25th. ASB elections for the 23-24 school year started on February 27th, starting off with elevator pitches that happened during the all-class meeting and campaign videos being shown on March 6th, and the results came out on March 10th. Congratulations to all those who were elected. Acting 2 honors held a performance of A Woman Called Truth for the 8th graders on March 1st. The Mandarin department had a field trip to Angel Island on March 2nd, and juniors were offered to take up spots on the trip as well. Tech rehearsals for the upcoming production of Something Rotten started up on March 2nd, and the show will be opening on March 17th and running through the 25th. The music department quartets performed at the Golden Empire Festival on March 4th, and symphonic orchestra performed on March 11th. Congratulations to all the students who performed. He doesn't have it here in the notes, but many of those groups earned the highest honors that they could have at the actual performance. I would encourage people to check out our social media posts. You can see some really great things from music department. High school's masquerade winter formal happened on March 4th in the NPR. Students got to dress up in masquerade attire, enjoy the DJ and food, and have a fun time with everyone. Juniors submitted their final draft for the American Artist projects and are in the process of getting ready for their showcase happening next month. Advanced Jazz Band performed at the annual California Charter Schools Conference today, and we're actually the musical accompaniment during lunch. And that is all for TFA.
All right, thank you, Dr. Wood.
Would you like me to read PACT as well?
Do we have that?
Ms. Carter is not here this evening. So.
Awesome,
we
we'd love to
have
hear
our dates
past
too.
we have it.
All right, so since our February meeting, many things have happened at PACT. Mrs. Carter met with a group of parents for Parent Coffee Talk on February 22nd. The topic of the conversation for the month was different types of assessments and how assessment data was used. On March 24th, we had a field trip to the Monterey Bay Aquarium. Families had an amazing time seeing sea animals and learning more about how we could help save them. Some highlights from the trip were that there are many kinds of fish and other animals like otters, penguins, and stingrays. I will also add that this was a particularly stormy day, so all of the people who went to the field trip were very committed to going on the field trip. I'm impressed with it. On March 1st, leadership had a middle school social from 3 to 4:30 p.m. The theme was Minute to Win It. This was a great opportunity for middle school students to come hang out and meet their peers, and I happened to be there and saw many of the games they were playing, and it was quite darn. So this is the PACT student report.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, moving on, next topic, hearing of the public for items not on the agenda.
Nothing received with me.
Wait.
I did not have that muted.
All right, hearing of the public for items on the agenda.
Also nothing received with me. Are there any members of the audience on Zoom that wish to speak? Nope.
Okay, thank you. Any comments, questions, revisions to tonight's agenda? Okay, may I have a motion to approve tonight's agenda?
Actually, Jen, before we move forward, you might add, do we need to adjourn to close at the end tonight, or is that?
Okay, I am going to modify the agenda because we're gonna adjourn to closed session. All right. Now may I have a motion to approve the agenda? Thank you, Doug. May I have a second? I'll second. Thank you, Nita. I'm gonna do a roll call vote. Doug?
Yes.
Nita? Yes. Sean?
Yes.
Gina?
Yes.
Maria?
Yes.
Preeti?
Yes.
Jennifer? Yes. Ashante?
Yes.
Okay, moving right along. Consent items. Comments, questions? Anything? Okay, may I have a motion to approve tonight's consent items? Oh, take it out.
For a second.
Ashante with the first, Maria with the second. Wait, I'm sensing a desire to move on. Doug?
Yes.
Nita?
Yes.
Sean?
Yes.
Gina?
Yes.
Dr. Mayorado?
Yes.
Preeti?
Yes.
Jennifer, yes. Ashante?
Yes.
Okay. Action items. approve 2022-23 second interim budget. Anita?
Okay. See, you put it up for me. Second time using Google Slides here.
Becoming a pro.
Gosh, we'll see. But sometimes it just doesn't translate very good as far as the colors and stuff. Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, no problem. I know you guys been waiting with bated breath just to hear this. Now, second interim report usually goes a lot quicker than the first interim because first interim, we are settling up with what we thought based on adopted budget, which was a lot of assumptions at the time. And so, cheers.
I promise.
Okay.
They do have it in front of them printed and you have it in front of you.
Okay,
If you
yeah,
wanted to get
so,
started, I
and the
can
first
get started.
couple of ones too, just as an overview and stuff too. We're gonna follow the same format that we have before. If you go to the third slide, just to let some of our new board members know that the interim report obligation, it's required. You have to do it twice a year according to Ed Code. And also that the budget is, we're on slide 3. Is a living document. So it changes as we get more information throughout the year. Okay. So going on to, okay, now you can go to page 4. Okay, there you go, pretty slides, okay. So at a glance, looking at the revenues and stuff too, we have a pie chart here of all the different sources. For our attendance revenues, basically, we're at about 73%. And you notice that some of the pie shapes here, 12% other state revenues, lots of categoricals affecting this because normally we run in the 80%. And then as well as getting some more special education dollars. So that little piece of the pie has increased as well. Expenditures, looking at an overview here, we have, according to this budget, about 73% in salaries and benefits. But also note that we do have 1.5 million in capital outlay. So if you were to pull that out, we're at about 81%, which is kind of the normal of our pie there. And if you go to the next one. The second interim report is what we will also be presenting to Natomas Unified in May. And they like us to present this expenditure report that pulls out our administrative salary and benefits, and they like to compare that, I guess, with themselves or so. So our administrative salary and benefits are running about 10% of the, say, 81% of all salary and benefits on there. So it's just another way to look at that. And the next slide is my favorite. It's expenditures by function. So you can see that the majority of our expenditures goes towards instructional and instructional supervision and staff development, another 2%. So with school districts, if you are an elementary school, you have to spend at least 60% or more in the classroom instruction type stuff. If you're middle, it's 55% and high school is 50%. So it's a lot of schools have been having trouble making this this requirement and have been having to file a lot of waivers in order, because there is some penalties when you don't do that. So we have always been able to show that we are meeting that, and we are a K through 12. So technically we would fall within that 50% realm. So you can see that we're way over that as well. So that shows the majority of stuff is going into the classroom. So this summary slide here compares the first interim report to the second interim report, and you can see the variance changes. So the numbers in the negative brackets negatively affects the fund balance. So we went down a little bit on revenues overall by 280,593, and expenditures, our expenditures increased by over $1 million. So the net difference, adjusting our fund balance, is we are planning deficit spending of rounded $1.4 million. And we'll see why that is there if we go to the next slide. Okay, so what makes up that $1.4 million change? Just looking at the revenue side, the red is a decrease to our fund balance, the green is an increase to our fund balance. So we updated our local control funding formula to reflect a lower attendance. Basically, it was our attendance ratio and our unduplicated counts. So one thing that we noticed right after first interim is that we're still seeing a lot of absences, mainly due to respiratory infections as well as COVID and stuff. So there are a couple of sites that we lowered our projections to 94.5%. Rounded up, it still comes out to 95%, but it does make a material difference of about 559. And then also our unduplicated count. We were planning on 524 from the prior year, and it came in at about 510 on there. So we're still trying to get those applications from families in as well. State revenues increased by about 23,576, and that was due to lottery rate adjustments. Now, the big decrease here on the revenue side is over 485,172, and that was based on the governor's proposed budget in January. He is proposing to reduce the arts and music block grant for this year in next year's budget, and this represents about a 40% decrease on there that we're planning for on that. Then other state adjustments was only $30. And then the surprise was we were getting additional state sped funds according to the P1 apportionment that came out in February of over 133,000. So that really helped out a lot. And as well as the governor mentioning in his January proposal that SELPAs, they're going to put in a requirement that SELPAs do have to pass along the cost of living adjustment to their LEAs that participate. So that kind of factored in this large COLA that we did get for 22-23. And on the expenditure side, it's one here. We got it? Yeah, okay. Looking at that, salary and benefits were updated. So we saw savings or decrease of over 469,000. So that was savings from the one-time bonuses and salary increase estimates, basically on how employees qualify or don't qualify to report the retirement, big, large increases that we had to pay on there. Health and welfare enrollment change savings, as well as late starts and unpaid leave of absences. So we captured all that savings that we had on the books on there.
Can you walk me through the savings from one-time bonus?
Yeah, so for the savings we guesstimated what the percentage was for everybody, and we applied all of the employer paid benefits to it, except for health and welfare, because we, not knowing if they're classic or Pepper members at that time. So then it basically only classic members are subject to that. So we had some STRS and PERS savings, which is a large piece because, you know, those percentages are at 19.1% and 25 point something percent. So that was a lot of the savings on that piece on there. Supplies, materials, and services. So we increased costs by over 222,983. So we're adding expenditures mainly in the supply area and conference area for new categoricals as we develop some plans. SPED contract services, we had to increase as well. And then some of our software renewal fees and utilities went up mainly for the inflation on that. And then you'll see capital outlay increases from what we budgeted at the adopted budget. We added the 1.364 million for the PACT Phase 2 project and the Black Rock fencing and expansion projects. So coincidentally, that is pretty much the whole difference. So if you look at all the revenue and expenditure changes in all the other categories, it's pretty much washes out. And then the main difference here is adding for PACT Phase 2 and the fencing projects and stuff too. It's just kind of worked out that way.
Anita, I have a question.
Yes.
Going back up, the savings from late starts.
Yeah.
Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, so basically, at this time of the year, when we have open positions that set vacant that we know that we're not going to use, we're going to lower the budget to capture those savings that weren't used at that time and stuff throughout the year. So we've had several special ed positions, paras that have turned over a lot, open or were filled, all of them filled for the year. We planned on adding some positions in the fall that we decided not to and to wait on those.
So is that what you refer to as late start?
Yes,
Okay.
like, so, yeah, or, for example, at the adopted budget, we planned for a whole year of savings, but if they didn't start until November, we're gonna go back and recapture all of that and stuff, so.
A quick question on the capital outlet.
Yeah.
In the packet, we have the two contracts for the expansion and the fencing, and that comes up to call it 124, but we're at 136 here. What else is in there?
Right. So, I put together an estimated budget that includes that, what you have on there is the construction contracts, but soft costs as well that we're doing is, so architect fees, plan check fees, DSA fees, furniture and equipment. We also had some money budgeted at adopted budget too, so.
Okay.
All right, so let's say on to the next one here. So for our reserves, this is just showing the total fund balance and the different components. Our reserves are at 57% of total expenditures, and we are setting aside over 10% in economic uncertainties. But if you go to the next slide, in your financial documents, I think this would be kind of a picture format of what is at the bottom of page 11 for the itemized fund balance. It's a different way to look at our fund balance components. So the top chart really shows just unrestricted, flexible, liquid dollars and stuff, and how that pie chart, 84% of that money is for operational needs, 15% is for economic uncertainties, and the red 1% is undistributed. So that means we haven't appropriated it to a specific item. And then when you look at it a different way, splitting it up by operations and program reserves, you can see that program reserves makes up about 46%. That's restricted area that we designated for special reserves. And then the 54% is the operational reserves. So because of the change in or adding capital outlay and stuff, we are at 33% of our fiscal policy. Our goal is like 35% or 6 months. So we're a little shy on that. When we close the books, I think we're going to be at that area on there too. But not bad considering we added 1.4 million to the budget on that piece. Here's a slide for our contributions, and contributions are for programs that need a little bit more support because the revenue doesn't cover all the expenditures for the program. So special education, the total is 1.7 million. That went down just slightly, and it's broken out by 4 different areas. We have federal, the state early mental health services, as well as some settlement services as well on there. And we're always working with the county office, the SELPA. So if they have extra money, which they do at sometimes, we will snag that and get that from them as well. And for example, some of those settlement ones do for particular expenditures, we can start billing them for that. Routine restricted maintenance, that is $752,631. And then the A to G learning loss portion, we're contributing $11,402 additional to that program. So, a multi-year projection, we are using the governor's January projections for cost of living increases. So in the out years, next year, the COLA expectation went up from like about 5 point something COLA to 8.13. So that includes that. And then the third year out, 24-25, was slightly down. That was projected to be about in the high 4%, and it's now high 3%. So we've reduced all the one-time monies for federal and state categories, and pretty much we're not projecting any growth at this time for enrollment or ADA, keeping that pretty flat. We've removed all of the one-time expenditures on the expense side, but it included step and level adjustments for salary and benefits, some projections for increases for the following year on there. And then also too, to see if we were planning for facilities and stuff, what our debt service could be on that piece. So right now it's looking pretty good. We're in the black on there with a surplus for all 3 years. all the 2 alpha years. So the bottom line is that we're projecting a fund balance of the 14.9%, which, as I mentioned, is 57% of our total expenditures. And then we get to 23-24, a projected fund balance of 15.2 million, which is 63% of total expenditures. 24-25, projected fund balance of 15.5, 62%. And then also positive cash flow for each month. And so I've listed them out there. In your financial report, we included 3 years of cash flow. So this would be considered a positive certification. And as I mentioned, we will be presenting most of the components in front of Natomas Unified in May. Hopefully you guys can join us on there. Next slide, Stephen. And here's some of the state categorical reminders too. So for the Learning Recovery Block Grant, we are still working on that. There's no formal plan that approval, but we do plan to bring something to you at the adopted budget time. And there'll be interim expenditure reports we need to file with CDE in December of 24. A final report, not until December of 2029. Arts and Music Block Grant, again, there's no specific deadline, but we do need to bring a plan to you and have it approved. Our plan is to bring it with the adopted budget. Expanded Learning Program, we've already have a board approved plan and we are planning to spend according to the original plan. So there's no revisions to be made there. And then Educator Effectiveness, again, we have a plan that you've already approved and we're planning to stick to that plan. And the final report is due in 2026.
One piece I just wanted to add to what Anita was saying is that second sort of hash mark bullet point, the arts, music, and instructional materials block grant. So this is the one that, so earlier in the presentation, when Anita was talking about increases and decreases in second interim, this is the one where the governor is projecting roughly a $450,000 cut to what we originally allocated. So we originally allocated 1.2 million. And in the January budget proposal, we're looking at that cut of 450,000. There is, though, a big political pushback against this because this money is very discretionary. So some school districts have actually been utilizing it to fill in some gaps. So that could be STRS and PERS liabilities that they weren't 100% sure how they were going to address, or even ongoing compensation. They were using one-time funds for ongoing compensation. That's what they were doing. So because of that, and because a lot of those bigger school districts have already taken plans to the board relying on the full amount, they're basically saying to the legislature and the governor, don't cut this because we've already planned for it. In our case, what we're doing here at Natomas Charter School is we've worked with our teachers and staff and have focused it on what it actually says, arts, music, and instructional materials. And so what we've come up with here is a 5-year plan. We took the 1.2 million, divided over 5, and now we're kind of working through those pieces. But what we're looking at doing is if we do see that trim of 450,000, we just would have a 3-year plan instead of a 5-year plan. But still, kind of trying to work through the various pieces that our teachers and staff have identified that we need. So, new trombones or a new sound system or, new floors in the dance area. And these are actually some of the things too that came up during strategic planning as needs as well. So that one, we may be coming back to you and saying, hey, guess what? That $450,000 actually came back into our budget. So we're just budgeting conservatively at this point.
When did we find that out?
Whenever the budget gets approved. So June, July, yeah.
Right. Now, if you remember my February presentation on 23-24's budget, with that higher COLA of 8.13%, the governor is using one-time funds for ongoing expenses to fund that COLA. Part of it coincidentally happens to be about that much that they're cutting in arts and music. So if there's a pushback in that area, you might see a pushback in the reduction of the funded COLA. So it's just something to keep in mind.
We are very intentionally budgeting conservatively right now because we are walking into this budget cycle being kind of told one thing by the governor's office and being told, don't really plan for all that money by the LAO's office. And so that's why we went ahead and deducted the 450. We went ahead and reduced our attendance to 94.5%, just so that, ideally will show up in June or July and, actually more money materialized than what was, but Anita and I have unfortunately experienced this rodeo once before of deferrals and mid-year cuts, and so we're trying to kind of get the school budget ready for that.
Thank you. And then, so our next steps then is, the next budget update you're gonna get is the adopted budget for 23-24, which will include our estimated actuals for this year. And so Joe and I will be attending the May revise on May 19th. And so far, we've already started our budget development process, and that's gonna continue through the month of May. And we also to note, we're on the third year of a 3-year cycle for the LCAP. And we will be reflecting our revised strategic plan in that LCAP as well on that. So, and the budget is a reflection of, a numbers reflection of the LCAP, which is more narrative for you. So I'll open it up for any questions.
Questions?
Okay,
All right.
or anything?
Thank you, Anita. May I have a motion to approve the 2022-2023 second interim budget? I so approve. Thank you, Preeti. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Nina. Roll call vote. Ashante?
Yes.
Jennifer, I'm a yes. Preeti?
Yes.
Dr. Memorado?
Yes.
Gina?
Yes.
Sean?
Yes.
Nita?
Yes.
Doug?
Yes.
Okay. Next up, Dr. Wood.
Strategic plan. So actually in front of you, I believe you have a printed copy of the strategic plan. This was one that we definitely thought was easier to see in print rather than on the screen. So if you remember back to September, October, we started our strategic planning process with Dr. Walt Hanlon and a few other administrators. And so this is actually the compiled document that reflects all of our conversations from that day and Saturday. So if you open up the document, you'll see that the first few pages just kind of provide a little bit of overview of who was on the strategic plan. Keep scrolling, see that? And then if we move into page 5, it's not working. It's a little bit about, our school and our academies. Keep going, Ziva. And then talking a little bit about what was the intention of strategic planning, real focus on the future, moving along. You'll see our updated vision statement and mission statement. So these were the statements that the community members created in October, and then you guys tweaked a little bit at your board meeting. Then it talks about our guiding instructional philosophy from our charter and our school pillars. And then we move into our shared community beliefs. These are also in our current charter that was approved last year by Natomas Unified. Then our 5 traits of an NCS professional, and then that moves into our ESLERs, which are expected school-wide learning results. And then keep scrolling. And then we start getting into the meats and potatoes of the strategic plan. So on page, I missed the page number. Is that page 9?
I believe. 10.
Page 10 is the fiscal integrity policy that you guys approved at the October board meeting. It's just here in the strategic plan, and then breaks down to operational and program reserves. And then moving down. Then on page 12, it kind of provides a little bit of overview of the strategic planning process, our vision, our mission, our ranked objectives, and our annual outcomes, and how we're aligned with our LCAP and WASC. And then we get to the exciting stuff. So let's keep going, Ziva. Just past that. There, the calendar. I want to get to the really exciting, which is our ranked objective. So this is, if you guys remember, you went through the ranking process and the community members did as well. Remember, all 20 objectives are very important and all completely necessary for a school. The idea of ranking them is this concept of, as additional resources, especially financial resources, are coming into the school, where do you as a board want them allocated first? And so, as you know, our first area was human resources. And you can see within that there are then outcomes and metrics that we're working towards. These are the same outcomes and metrics that you guys saw in October. There's probably a little bit of wordsmithing that happened more than anything else. Also realize that there's also a series of actions and services that the administrative team has actually been working on with teacher and staff leaders across campus that we'll be implementing. And so What is a little different about this strategic plan than maybe other strategic plans that you may have been a part of is this is really the board's communication of marching orders to the school. So like in the area of human resources, here's what we're working on, here's the outcomes that we're working on, here's the metrics that you want us to report back on. And so we'll be going through probably a quarterly reporting process on each of these areas, especially the top 5 or top 10 that are kind of our real focus areas that we're working on. And then we have a series of actions and services that are going on in the background. So for instance, Laura reporting to me about, do we have all of our positions filled with fully credentialed teachers? The HR department reporting to Anita about what has been our recruiting efforts in this particular school year. So this provides a little bit of a roadmap for all of the things that we need to do as a school. So those are all listed out there. And like I said, as you read through your packet, earlier this weekend, you hopefully didn't see any surprises because they were all things that we had talked about previously in October. Really what Laura and I have been doing over the last couple of months is really working with the teachers and staff on, we call them subject matter experts, but it's like the math department coming together, the science department coming together, and really looking at what are the actions and services that we need in each of these areas. So tonight, by approving the strategic plan, this will be our plan moving forward. As it kind of talked about in the calendar section, we'll be reporting out on it. We also can make adjustments to this as we go on. So if as a board, we feel like, okay, we actually think we need another outcome here, that's something that we can revisit on an annual basis. Any questions about the strategic plan?
It's exciting to see it all
Yeah.
together.
I remember that day.
Well, thank you. So we just need a motion and a second to approve.
All right, may I have a motion to approve our strategic plan? Thank you, Doug. May I have a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you, Ashante. Roll call vote, Ashante?
Yes.
Jennifer, I'm a yes. Preeti? Yes. Dr. Maharalo?
Yes.
Gina? Yes. Sean?
Yes.
Nita? Yes. Doug?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
All right, so the next 2 items that you have on the agenda tonight are to approve some facility contracts. And I'm gonna have Ziba go ahead and bring up some slides just so that we can put some pictures with the words. Contracts they're helpful, but sometimes they don't tell us everything that we need.
Please hold.
Don't we love when technology works perfectly? All right, so we have 2 kind of projects that we're working on tonight. So go ahead and go to the next slide. So remember, our first project that we're working on is our Black Rock campus safety upgrade. So we're working on new fences and gates on the Black Rock campus. So you can, if you look at the little picture to the left, you can see the little yellow lines. That's where the bulk of the work is occurring. So you can see towards the top of the picture where it looks like kind of a little zigzag. That's the new gate or new fencing by the end wing in front of the business office. And then that oval circular area is the gates by the front of the building so that when guests come onto campus, they have to go through the office. They can't just walk onto campus. So because this is school district property that we're located on, we had to go through all of the steps to have this project occur. So we've been through a design process, we've been through a DSA approval process. Natomas Unified is actually managing this project because it is their campus, and so they went through all the competitive bidding that they're legally required to do as well in January and February. It is going to take 4 weeks and requires, putting a hole in the wall and ripping up a bunch of concrete and stuff. So it is a project that we have to wait till the summer to do. We're looking at it starting roughly around June 20th and taking kind of the last 2 weeks in June and the first 2 weeks in July. The contract that's before you tonight is $195,000 plus a $21,000 allowance plus some permitting and inspection. So altogether, the project's going to be a little over $200,000. We're still working with Natomas Unified on a cost sharing agreement. Because this is their property and according to our FUA, as the district, they are responsible for health and safety. But we also think it's an important upgrade that we want to make to our campus, and because safety matters. And so we're going to go ahead and pay for it and then work with the district on some sort of reimbursement process. Next slide, please, Eva. And the next couple slides, when they turn, are just showing some of the images. So this is the office to the right. You can see there's a door and a window. So we're gonna end up with 2 doors and sort of a gate in the middle. And that picture to the left where it says front office, that gate's gonna move all the way back between those 2 doors. So if you've ever been to Star Academy or used to like going in one door, checking in with Miss Cindy, then going out the other door, we will have the same sort of process on this campus. And then over by the N wing, basically the N wing is that building off in the distance next to the cars that has no fencing in front of it. The fencing will go all the way down to the end. And that panic bar gate that right now kids have to go in and out of will actually move all the way down to the end. So when we have passing periods and that sort of thing occurring, kids will not leave the secure part of campus anymore. All right, next one. So then the second project, remember that back in the fall, we applied for a Charter Schools Facilities Grant for this campus that allows us to do building in each of the yellow zoned areas that are on there. The one area that we're really focusing on first is our N wing, where the business office is currently located. We have, according to this Charter Schools Facilities Grant, have been awarded the ability to basically rip out that whole entire building and eventually replace it with a 2-story classroom building. That will allow us to provide, additional special education services. It also would mean that we could have permanent facilities for French, Spanish, and Mandarin. But in order for that to happen, the business office has to move. The business office can't stay there anymore. Also, when we went through the DSA approval process for the fencing, we learned that the business office building is not fully approved. Can't really, condemned probably isn't the right word. But long story short, we gotta move out of that building, we gotta move it along, because when it was permitted and everything was put in place, it was not done correctly. And to quote an actual email, either we have to tear down the building or find a time machine. So since we don't have a time machine, we gotta tear down the building. But that was why we went ahead and moved forward with this facilities grant so we could build the 2-story classroom building. All right, going on to the next slide though. So obviously we gotta move the business office first before we can do anything else, right? So where's the business office gonna go? So we're planning on using the remaining 25% of open space at PAC as the location for the business office. We also will move some of our other central services over at the same time. So for instance, my office, Laura's office, Addie's office is what we're kind of thinking about, with the intention of our admin building, we would be able to use the other half of the admin building for more staff restrooms, for a larger staff room, for a larger workroom. When this campus was originally built 23 years ago, it wasn't built with the number of staff members that we have in mind. And any given passing period, there's usually 5 to 6 people waiting to go to the bathroom. And I try, but sometimes we go over to the theater to go to the bathroom. So, we make it work, but we need more staff facilities. So the second proposal that's in front of you, go to the next slide, Ziba. So this is our own project. So we don't have to go through all of the DSA approval processes because it's in our building that we own. But we did already go through a full comprehensive design process. We actually took the design out to bid, had multiple contractors hard bid on it. And the bid that was selected in terms of the bidder had, the best price, but also the best materials and resources. And we also did a comprehensive reference checking with some of the different other people that had used them, was Carlisle Construction. And so in front of you tonight, you have a contract for $1.02 million. It's a not to exceed contract, so it's a little bit differently. The idea is that that's going to be the price, and we're not doing a million change orders, and they've got it all laid out so that we can try to really have a firm cost there. As Anita mentioned in her earlier presentation, I did ask her to set aside the cost of this construction, plus, there's some various permitting fees we have to do, moving expenses, furniture and equipment as we're moving into this particular place. So we're looking at probably in the neighborhood of 1.3 to 1.4 million by the time it's all said and done. Where the building timeline, they would start this summer. Actually, the plan is May 29th. So basically once PAC is done with all of their workshops. And the goal is to do all of the noisy stuff during the summer, but then be ready for any additional quiet work that they would do in the sort of August going into early fall when PAC students are back on campus. So we're envisioning that in the contract, it says they're going to be done in September, but I've been through enough construction projects to know that's not real. So we're planning on moving probably, sometime Thanksgiving break or winter break is kind of what we're thinking. But we'll, go through the construction process and get that done. All right, so that was the brief overview of those two contracts that are before you tonight. Any questions I can answer about those projects?
Will there be any disruption in like school, the students or anything in that process?
Shouldn't be. That's why we're actually waiting till the end of May, beginning of June to actually do it. So that's the time period that Alicia had picked out, is when, at that point, workshops are done and staff are largely working on finishing up projects. And then on the case of this campus with the gates and fences, we're waiting until, so school gets out, we have a full week, and then it's gonna be that second week of summer break is when we're starting that project. We will have summer school occurring on this campus for middle and high school, but we're gonna operate it out of the ECA building. We actually did that last summer too, and it worked out really, really well. So Kim is actually going to be running summer school out of that building. So we'll have everything going in and out of ECA, and we'll be able to stay out of the construction zone that way.
Thanks. We need to approve these separately, right?
Yes.
Any other questions, comments? Okay, may I have a motion to approve Carlisle Construction Incorporated contract for the PAC building? Thank you, Shante. Thank you, Gina. Roll call vote. Doug?
Yes.
Maria?
Yes.
Sean?
Yes.
Preeti?
Yes.
Jennifer, I'm a yes. Nita?
Yes.
Shante?
Yes.
And Gina, please.
Yes.
Thank you. All right. Any comments, questions on the gates or fences? Okay, may I have a motion to approve JPB Design Incorporated contract gates and fences at Black Rock?
So moved.
Thank you, Ashante. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Nita. Roll call vote, Ashante.
Yes.
Jennifer, I'm a yes. Preeti?
Yes.
Dr. Meharado? Gina?
Yes.
Sean?
Yes.
Nita?
Yes.
Doug?
Yes.
Okay. Works so much better on the list. Let's see, inclusive education director job description, Dr. Wood.
Yes, so as we're getting ready for the 23-24 school year and in working with the Sacramento County SELPA, it has been recommended that we have a significant enough inclusive education population that we should create our own inclusive education director role. So we would have a full-time administrator dedicated to that department. So this is the job description tonight that has been reviewed by members of our administrative team along with the Sacramento County SELPA.
Questions, comments? Okay, may I have a motion to approve the inclusive education director job description?
So.
Second.
Thank you, Maria. Thank you, Doug. Roll call vote, Doug.
Yes.
Maria?
Yes.
Sean?
Yes.
Preeti?
Yes.
Jennifer, I'm a yes. Nita?
Yes.
Shante? Gina?
Yes.
Thank you. All right. Next up, Ms. Hong.
Well, for you, you have the board meeting scheduled for next year, not on Valentine's Day for February. And the ones with the asterisks reflect that it's not actually happening on the second Monday due to a holiday or spring break or things like that. So, and we also have accounted for the 2 90-minute sessions we'll need next year for February and March like we did this year. And it also includes 2 June board meetings, one for our regular board meeting and one for the budget approval.
Questions, comments, complaints that we don't have a meeting on Valentine's Day?
We just meet here.
Okay, may I have a motion to approve 2023-24 board meeting dates and times? Thank you, Doug. May I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Nita. Roll call vote. Doug?
Yes.
Nita?
Yes.
Sean?
Yeah.
Gina?
Yes.
Maria?
Yes.
Preeti?
Yes.
Jennifer, I'm a yes. Ashante?
Yes.
Okay. Excellent, thank you. Okay, college admission presentation for Ms. Tiffany.
Come on up. So Ms. Tiffany is joining us this evening. She's one of our amazing college and career counselors. She's going to be talking a little bit about our college enrollment data and how all of our processes.
Hi, good evening. Nice to see you all. I'm here on behalf of our department, or at least the academic. In the student services realm, we have social emotional counselors at at this level, and then we have academic college and career counselors. So I'm representing our team for tonight. Oops, I think that's all right. So in our team, we have myself, and I work with the 11th and 12th graders in the Performing and Fine Arts Academy. We have Wendy Mock, who's the 9th and 10th grade academic college and career counselor for PFAA. We have Tala Tabrizi, who does academic and social emotional, and she works for ECA and PACT. And then we have Drusha Woods, who is our student services support administrative assistant. So that's our department there. So how does our team support students? We are showing you kind of the 3 different tiers, kind of in the same mode of MTSS and multiple tiers of support. So our universal, our tier 1, that's for all high school students. All students are obviously receiving curriculum related to life after high school. We do 4-year planning with them. We are fortunate to have a program called Naviance, stands for Navigate and Guidance, and that each student in high school has an account, and then each year they do different things related to that. So we do career assessments. I do a summer college boot camp. We do parent education nights, and I'll talk about one coming up soon. We do financial aid Saturday, evening workshops. And then I also go into the senior experience class bi-weekly and work with all of the seniors in that. In tier 2, we have small group meetings. So we have credit recovery classes for students who are struggling academically and that need additional support. We have individual meetings with students who maybe qualified but did not choose to apply for some kind of post-secondary education and kind of going over options with that. We have small group meetings about the various options. So students interested in the military, students interested in career technical programs, things like that. And then we also do small groups related to dual enrollment and advanced education. So the ability for high school students to take courses at the community college while they're still in high school. And then in our tier 3, the one-on-one, we have lots of individual meetings with students. That's kind of the nice thing about a small school too, that we're able to have a lot of those one-on-ones and get to know the students really well. We work mentoring students through the summer mount, because sometimes students get into schools, especially like myself, I'm a 1st-generation college student. My mom dropped out of high school. Sometimes they get into college, but over the summer it's scary and they don't want to go, right? Or they're just too afraid to go. So we try to work with them, and we call that summer melt. We try to make sure that doesn't happen. And then we do lots of individual check-ins for students who are not on track to graduate, how we get them back on track. So that's how our team supports. Looking at some of the data, where do our students go after leaving our school? So we have, of the students who apply, 96% were accepted to at least one 4-year university. For the UC, University of California, we had 66%, and this is a 3-year average for the class of 2021 and 22, if you're wondering where those numbers came from. Of the CSU system, 94% of students who applied were accepted, and then we are the number 1 UC admissions for all the Natoma schools. So that's a nice little bragging point. I like to brag about that. All right, so how do they get to this? How do they achieve that? When the universities are looking at admissions, and especially the landscape has changed dramatically in the last years, especially for those of us who went to school, like, in the 90s and things like that. I won't say it, right? No, that wasn't it. But, used to be very set. It was your GPA, your SAT or ACT score was the overwhelming factor. But now the SAT and the ACT, with the advent of COVID, has taken much lesser prominence, I guess you should say, from most universities. And so they're really looking at a more holistic view of the student. So looking at, did you take the most rigorous courses at your high school? And students are always saying to me like, oh, I wish we had more AP, blah, blah, blah. And I'm saying, but they're looking at what's available at our high school. So if we have 1 AP and you took the most rigorous courses at your high school. If you have 20 AP courses and you only take 1, then you didn't take the most rigorous courses at your high school. So we're trying to get them to understand that. Also, what does the student offer in their application aside from just grades? And our students are so inspiring. In fact, I loved hearing you speak up here earlier. It's just they are such confidence. They have these skills, the performers. We have the ECA students who are already going to college. We have so many different things besides just grades and numbers and test scores. So we look at their extracurricular activities. The colleges are also looking at, do students from our school do well when they arrive at their university. So they look to see like, oh yeah, Natomas Charter School students do well at our campus. And so they're more eager to have students from our campus join them. And are they a good fit? Are they going to bring something unique and special to the university? And so that's what they're looking at as well. So how do we expose students to different colleges and universities? We're fortunate that we have the WIN time in PFAA. So that's the time when students can do enrichment activities or get extra support. So we have lots of colleges who visit during that time. We also take college field trips. So back in, was it October or September? I'm forgetting. I took a group of students on a bus to that historical Black College and University Fair over at Grant High School. And so we had a lot of students who were admitted right on the spot. And so that's always exciting. On April 4th, so in like, I can't believe that's 3 weeks or something, right? This year's flown by. I'm going to be taking students to the WACAC College Fair in the Bay Area. So there'll be about 150 different colleges from all over the US and even UK and Canada will be there. So students get exposed to a lot of different schools that they've never heard of. And I coach them, on how, like, what kind of questions can you ask and not just walk up and say, are you a good school? Well, every school's a good school for somebody, right? So we do a lot of prep work for that as well. We provide students with a rigorous curriculum and an opportunity to take dual enrollment courses. So, and I'm sure that Kim is going to talk about this more in her ECA presentation, but these are some of the courses that we have offered throughout the last few years with American River College. So students can take the course online, but they get help and support through a support class from one of their either ECA or PFA instructor. And so these are all transferable courses, and they all, provide students with the opportunities to get their feet wet, we say. It's kind of a low stakes. They can try out they can dip their toe in the college water. And all the studies have shown that students who take one course and are successful are much more likely to enroll in college later on. So we're happy about our dual enrollment program. Next slide. Okay, additional supports. I think I've kind of talked about this in some of the earlier slides too, but we provide a lot of after school evening workshops. I do like UC and CSU application workshops in the evening to help students, especially those who might be, again, in the first in their family and not know this process. In the English class in 11th grade, they actually write their college essay, or whatever they're planning to do, they write an essay related to that. So it's actually an assignment for class, so it does double duty. There's teachers, and I know Jeff Pollard's back there, he's probably written, 40 letters of recommendation this year. But the letters of recommendation can be really, really powerful because we know these students so well, right? I worked at a high school years ago where I had 600 students on my caseload. So I knew like a really high achievers, right? And I knew the students who were struggling, but there were 100 kids that I barely knew. So here we have a much different relationship with them, especially some of them we've known for 6 years when they just came in. And then we also work collectively and individually to help them find the right fit and the right schools to apply to. And that makes a big difference as well. Next, Steve. Thank you. Just a quick note about persistence rate. One thing to also look at is, do students, it's great that they get into schools, but do they actually stay in school and do they persist? And so we did have 86% who enrolled their first year of school and 87% returned their second year, which is an extremely high number, especially relative to a lot of other schools. And we do have 57% of our graduates who are graduating with a bachelor's within 6 years, which statewide is usually only in the 40%. So that's a good. Those are good data to look at. Where are we going future-wise? I think I might have put the slide out of order. But I'm happy that since with COVID is kind of in the back burner, we're bringing back our college pathway night, which is open to all 9th to 12th grade families. So I have representatives from the University of California, Cal State University, Community College, and the independent colleges are going to be here on this evening, which is just in a couple weeks from now, to talk about their different systems of education and how they fit students and that whole process for that. So we're happy about that. And then looking ahead, we're trying to think of some ways that we can support more inclusive education students. We've been reaching out for the Department of Rehabilitation, and we've had a presentation from the EDD department, Employment Development Department has come in and about the services that they can offer students in our inclusive ed program. So that's been exciting. Kim and I have been constantly talking about expanding dual enrollment and advanced education opportunities for students. And then we really need to support the COVID generation, right? Because that is, you know, a lot of them have been really struggling with what do I want to do right after this whole, we went through this pandemic and like mental health wise, we're still figuring out how this all makes sense to them, right? And helping them see the relevance of school and the relevance of education. And we really want to also continue to expand. Middle school has been an area of a gap where we've seen that we need to reach students earlier and in different ways in middle school so that we can continue to guide them as they go forward. So questions?
I just had a quick question about the dual enrollment. At what grade level do they start that?
So actually, it's interesting, Los Rios, which is our community college right in our system, but we also have students that go to Woodland Community College in Sierra. But Los Rios discovered recently that they weren't following education code. Because they used to say students had to be 16 or a junior or second semester of sophomore year. And they said, oops, we weren't following education code. So they actually say now that it's anytime after 8th grade that students can take. But the school itself can impose some restrictions on that. And we do want to be really careful with that because once the student takes the course, if they're not successful, it's on their transcript forever. There's no removal. So we as a school have been developing, the principals and myself and other counselors have been developing kind of some guidelines on what courses are acceptable, you know, and what kind of criteria to show, you know, because we don't want students to just willy-nilly take a course, they don't do well and it's on their transcript forever and it can impact their financial aid and their progress going forward.
I'm gonna follow up a question here and then have my own question. So if a student does dual enrollment, that does not affect when they graduate from high school and let's say they decide to go to community college and it's still free for first timers, right? So our dual enrollment doesn't impact that.
Exactly.
Okay, good.
Right, yeah, they coming out of high school, as long as they're coming right out of high school, right.
Okay.
And we're hoping with the governor's budget and all of that, that can change year to year. So they keep telling us, don't count on it forever, right? Because money changes, but currently as long as they go directly after. Yeah.
Great.
And in fact, I have 2 counselors from American River College coming this Friday to meet with seniors during their lunchtime and win time to really try to get them signed up right now and get them going.
Right. Now, my question is related to your additional supports. And you say that you all assist students to create the right fit list for colleges, which I think is great. My question is, how do you approach students who may not be clear yet on what their quote unquote major is?
Right.
How do you?
Yeah, so I do a lot of surveys at the beginning of senior experience to kind of say, where are you at? We try to use Google Forms because they're not a little more anonymous, right? So students will say, I have a plan, I know exactly where I'm going, and these are my list of schools. Okay, great. You're over here. Yeah, the seniors, right. And even the juniors in the college boot camp that I do over the summer. And then we have other students who are like, I have no idea. And then we have students all the way in between. And so that's why I talked about tier 2. That's where I tend to do the smaller groups with students who've said on their surveys, I really don't have any clue. Can you help me? And so then we do the smaller groups of students and then we explore. Like I did a career technical program one a few weeks ago, and that for students who were like, I think I want to do something career, but I have no idea. And so I show them the variety of programs that are just available in Sacramento. And they're always like, oh, I could do a sonography program. Oh yeah, the average salary is $104,000. Did y'all know that? It's only a 2-year degree to be a sonographer. Yeah, so they're like, oh, wow, what classes do I have to take for that? Oh, cool, I could take one of those classes next semester. Yeah. So yeah, we try to help. And that's the thing that's the nice thing about a smaller school again, is that we're able to kind of hit people that are in all different, they're all in different places. Every student is in a different place. Any other questions?
No question, but this is where I have to make my comment that I would just like for people to appreciate that these services are free to their students. And my mind is like, boom, because I know what I am paying to have this done for my child who is not here at Natomas Charter School. So hats off to you guys. Definitely, I hope the parents all appreciate what you guys are doing.
Appreciate it.
So I second that. I'm going through that too.
Yeah, well, I just feel like morally and ethically, right? Like you shouldn't have to pay this and it shouldn't be dependent on your family income level if you can get good information and get good guidance about what to do after.
Everybody should be obliged to that
Yes.
information. Regardless.
And summer programs, I know sometimes we get emails about summer programs that, you know, our children might be interested in. And so, there's a lot of stuff out there.
I know there is.
And so is there a way to, has anyone given any thought to how to really get that information into your hands, whether it's parents forwarding or some group or committee to really glean, you know, I mean, UC Davis, community, extended learning summer, oh my God, they have all kinds of programs that we wouldn't know unless we go into, you know, the UC Davis extended learning programs, you know, but all kinds of stuff. So I just wonder if parents really, if there's a way to get that information in a systemic way or in the website or something where parents can go in and say, you know what, I wonder what summer programs might be around in the area and list UC Davis, I think it's called UC Davis, like extension education or whatever. And just as a place to start to access
Yeah, I see what you're
that.
saying, because we have a similar thing for scholarships on our website.
Okay.
So that could be something I could probably work with Miss
Yeah.
Woods or whomever is gonna be doing our clerical support next year of
Yeah.
doing it one for summer program.
Yeah, because we're always looking for, well, how do we keep our kid busy and,
Right.
and get them thinking about the future and all that
Right,
stuff.
and there are so many, I mean, there's some that are like $10,000 for the summer,
Yeah,
right? You
I
know,
know,
and it's
yeah.
just like trying to figure out what's a good one,
Right.
what's not a good one, some of them are so pricey.
Right, right,
so-
but then some aren't.
And then some aren't, or some offer full financial aid, and those are
Right.
the ones that I usually send
Yeah.
out, yeah.
That'd be great. That'd be
Thank you, Susan.
Okay, thank you.
All right, our next presentation this evening, we have Mr. Pollard, Jeff Pollard, who's gonna come talk about his work around our ethnic studies pilot and getting ready for the ethnic studies graduation requirement.
All right, good evening, everyone. It's nice to see you and thanks for hanging out this evening and giving your service to our school. Really appreciate it. So my name's Jeff Pollard. I think I've met some of you most of the time, but I've been here a while. So I am the Social Studies Department Chair at PFAA. I'm currently in my 21st year here at Natomas Charter School. Outside of the school, I'm a teacher leader at the UC Davis History Project. I've been doing that for over 20 years as well. I have two sons who are PFAA students. So I have a current junior who's in my class, which is interesting. I have a sophomore who just finished rehearsal a few minutes ago. And I'm also the director of the One Voice Project. If you've been here a while, you might know of that. And we're gearing up to take flight again. But I'm here tonight to talk to you about our movement on ethnic studies. And so we'll just start off, why now? So in 2015, the state of California voted to make ethnic studies a high school graduation requirement. It's the class of 2027 that is the first class to have it need to be and officially go on record as a required course. So the class of 2027 would be our current 8th graders. Yes, all right. So they have to have it sometime in their high school career, right? Why are we doing it now? NCS wants to be ahead of the required implementation. And also we need this course for our diverse student body to offer an ethnic studies course. So our current plan in PFAA is, and ECA as well, is to teach it as a 1 semester 9th grade course. Currently, our 9th grade social studies offering is world geography, which I teach. I teach 9th grade world geography and 11th grade US history. So we will be replacing world geography with ethnic studies starting in the fall of next year. And the reason it's only a semester course is because we split it with our health class in PFAA because we have so many different health offerings, PE offerings, that we don't do health as a part of PE. So as of now, it's a semester-long plan. As far as the materials, I haven't found the magic textbook yet, and textbooks are crazy expensive anyway. So I've been putting together materials. And so I'm thinking of using TED Talks, reading, guest speakers, but no textbook at this point. I haven't found one that I think is appropriate for 9th grade and worth the cost. All right. So now the course development. I've been working on this for about 2 years now. I've worked very closely with Dr. Ellis. I'm also one of the founding members of our Diversity and Equity Committee at NCS, and we have talked about this class quite a bit. And then I've met with the Social Studies Department at PFAA and ECA talking about our plans all along the way. I've also used my connections at UC Davis to work with teachers in the region who are leaders in this. I've worked really close with a teacher in Vacaville who designed the ethnic studies curriculum for the Vacaville school district. I've worked really closely with the teacher who teaches in Antelope as well. And then also just look for models around the state, and there are many. And then the guideline is the CDE. The CDE, California Department of Education, has a model curriculum guidelines. And so that's sort of the equivalent of a standard or a framework that I've been following. So where are we now in our direction? So closely following this, the two main goals I would say of the ethnic studies class is what's up here: to encourage cultural understanding of how different groups have struggled and worked together, focusing on concepts like equity, justice, race, ethnicity, and more, and to promote critical thinking and rigorous analysis of history, systems of oppression, and the status quo. And I highlighted that last part, to imagine new possibilities. And so we really, students are growing up in an age very different than the age that many of us grew up. And there's a lot of information that's out there. A lot of that information is online. A lot of that information is at their fingertips. And so is a lot of opinion about all of that information. And so really having that critical thinking skills built into the class through the ethnic studies approach, I think will be a great opportunity for our students. All right, so where are we? So I've designed the class to be called California Communities and Ethnic Studies Approach. So ethnic studies usually studies the history of previously and currently marginalized groups in the United States and around the state. I've decided in looking at it, I could just do it using California as our case study. And why not be as local as possible in that? Because we live in such a diverse state. I also know in teaching ninth graders, I've been teaching world geography to ninth graders for about 10 years now, the more local you can make anything, the better, right? And so the case studies that I'm going to be able to use, I want to make them centered in Sacramento and in California so that it's as relevant as possible. And I could use those local case studies to illustrate the larger trends. So that's why I've called it the California Communities Ethnic Studies Approach, and also focus on community, because I do want them to walk away with a sense of the we as well as the I in their lives. And so the main units of study will be, one, just an introductory unit. What is this class? What is ethnic studies? How is it different than other history classes? What is the methodology? Number two, who am I? Who are you? So focusing on internal identities, what is their identity and exploration there, and then also trying to understand the ethnic and racial and socioeconomic identities of their classmates. I mean, as you all know, living here in Natomas, working here in Natomas is more diverse every day. I've been here for 20 years and my classroom is more diverse every year and I love it. And so they are so, I would say, lucky to be in such diverse classroom setting because they can learn so much from each other. And I think that this unit on identity will be very helpful. And then the core of the class is going to be in Unit 3, which is where are we? People, place, and power in Sacramento and California. And that's where we will do about 2-week case studies, not enough time, obviously, but as much as I can give to the 4 major case study groups of Latino identity, Native identity, African-American identity, and Asian Pacific Islander identity in Sacramento. And then they'll also have a chance to go deeper in the group that they want to study. So that's the main bulk of the course. And I'll talk about some of the projects in there. And then the last one, and this is what makes ethnic studies very different than a history class, is that there is an active current project. So the last is where are we going? So there's a personal regeneration and transformative action element. History, technically is study the past, that's over there, but you have to be objective and you have to be biased. Ethnic studies is all about also bringing in the now and the present and the first person in a much more active way and figuring out what you can contribute to those communities. And so that's the last place of study. So some of the projects we're going to study in the first unit, talking about ethnic studies, we're going to talk about the Third World Strike that took place in California at San Francisco State University and UC Berkeley that birthed the ethnic studies movement as a part of the larger civil rights movement. In the identity study, we're going to do an I am poem where they talk about the things and the cultures that they live with and then create poetry around that. They're going to do an autoethnography assignment where they
basically narrate their own ethnic identity through a visual presentation. They're going to do a mapping their life assignment where they map where they have grown up and talk about how that has impacted who they are. The one thing coming from Unit 3 is the California Communities Hall of Fame project. I was kind of inspired by going to the California State History Museum downtown where they have the Wall of Fame. And I want them to create an exhibit on someone that may be less known in California history. And so that they are going to create displays, and we'll have a gallery and a walking event around a particular figure that they think has been in the shadows too long and needs to be brought forward. So that'll allow them to go deeper into a community that they want to study. There will be a social action project in the class. It could be class-wide. We could be volunteering at a local food bank. We could be doing some kind of a service here on campus. Our seniors in PFAA and ECA all have senior projects, but we want to get them involved in civic action prior to that. And I think this will be a healthy first step, keeping in mind that these are ninth graders, many of whom just arrived on our campus. So that balancing that with them being good citizens and engaged in that, I think will be helpful. And I also have spearheaded the getting our students to get the civic engagement seal that is now on the diploma. And so this would help them move forward to that earlier. And then we'll culminate with a Socratic seminar, which I really like in ninth grade, where they sit and in rounds and they talk about what they've learned and how they've processed it. And I do that currently several times in ninth grade. And although some of them are very scared, they get through it, we practice, but it's a good way to communicate their ideas to their peers. And it's deeper learning, I think, than when they write to just me. So I went through that kind of quickly, knowing that your time is valuable and that I hope that I could leave some time for questions. I do have the scope and sequence for the class in a draft form that we've been working on. And I can share that with Dr. Wood and he can pass that on, but I wanted to make sure we have time for questions too.
I have a question. Yeah, you mentioned the third unit of study, Where Are We? People, Place, Power in Sacramento and California. So is the deeper project, let's say, if they're doing Latinos here in Sacramento,
Sure.
Thinking of even like our first Latino mayor.
Right.
Right?
Yes.
Kind of thing.
Yeah.
But then if they go deeper, then I would hope that students would choose to do something on Cesar Chavez and Delano and how
Right.
to get fruits and vegetables to tables, and the situation
Correct.
today still is precarious.
Yes.
You know, so they get to choose
Yes.
then
So-
and go broader.
Exactly. So I would probably bring forward examples of figures like Cesar Chavez and Dolores Huerta. And then I would hope that they would even maybe go step further in the Hall of Fame and bring up somebody that, I mean, if they want to do Cesar Chavez, Dolores
Yeah,
Huerta,
but-
great, but they would even go further and
Sure.
select somebody. And it could be a community activist that is current that they don't know about, or it could be someone who has been active in the past that we don't know about.
Exactly.
So that's where the Hall of Fame project is their opportunity to go in deeper. And I'm hoping that every single student selects someone different and that we can create this over time and we can just have more and more people in this Hall of Fame.
Any other questions? When were we planning on starting this? I know we're starting early.
Fall of next school year.
Oh,
Yeah, will be that. And then we've thought that that is a good idea so that we can go through it, revise and reflect. Also, our next step will be continuing to develop the course and also holding a parent meeting for current 8th graders who are intending to return from Leading Edge and PFAA. So meeting with them, talking about what the course is about so that they know going in, because they're the first class to do that. So meeting with those parents ahead of time as an advisory group.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
That was gonna be my second question, was when we were rolling this out to the families, because I just wanna make sure that people are informed about exactly what we will be doing, and there's not a lot of just like gossip and
Right.
secondhand information.
Yeah, I think the message is going to be very important on this. Obviously, ethnic studies can be a lightning rod of controversy around our country. And so I plan on that meeting, obviously having a little bit more time to go into the details of what and how. and maybe providing some case study examples of that as well.
I have one more question.
Sure.
Is part of the CD guidelines, the reason why we're doing it in ninth grade, or how does that?
The CDE guidelines actually say that ethnic studies can be done in varying ways. So there are schools who are going to just integrate ethnic studies into their pre-existing grade level classes. Most schools offer it in ninth grade because that's the year that there's no required social studies course in high school. PFAA, Newton Charter School has required world geography, but we added that. That's not actually a requirement by the state of California. So ninth grade is that opportunity. But then there are other schools who have the option to offer it as an elective. Maybe like ninth grade is your introduction, and then in 11th or 12th, you take another semester of it. But for schools, most schools are doing it in ninth grade because that's the open year as far as social studies. Yeah. What's nice about what I'm looking forward to is that since I teach 11th grade and I try to make my 11th grade course content as reflective and multicultural as possible, I will know what's in 11th grade. So I can set the two courses up so that I'm able to bring in so much more. And I also think that the expectations of students for their history classes will be transformed in ninth grade. So they're going to go through ninth grade ethnic studies, and then they're going to expect 10th grade world history to be speaking to them in a way that they haven't before, and in a way that the course probably isn't designed in the state of California. So I think it's going to create a mindset that's going to be impacting more than just their history classes. And so we will be working with our social studies departments and our other departments about that as we move forward.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next we have Kim, who's going to talk to us about the Early College Academy.
Hello, good evening. All right, I am here for our annual update on ECA. So first, just a little bit about our team this year. We currently have 7 teachers on staff, 1 ed specialist, 2 paraprofessionals, 1 admin assistant, 1 associate instructional support, and me. So that is a little bit about our staff. Next slide, please. And I'm just going to talk a little bit about our model because it is a little bit different. And I want to make sure everybody's clear on how we work. So our students spend about 1.3 hours per week in class with us in person, and then they get 3.7 hours of work to do on their own. That is by ed code, we have to do 5 hours per class, so that is designed that way for a reason. What that comes out to is about a 25-75 split. So 25% in person, 75% of the work is done on their own. Workshops take place in person on a set schedule. In other words, the kids don't get to pick when they're doing that 25%. They get a class schedule just like any other student does. And then we share our events and our common spaces with PFAA. And that's something that we've been working on this year. Gareth and I, Mr. Lev, have been really intentional about building that relationship with PFAA and making sure that we are conscious of having our 2 individual identities, because our academies are very different and their purposes are a little bit different and their goals and their structures. But also they're both high school and we share a campus and the kids have a lot in common and there's a lot of back and forth between the classes. And so one of the things we've been working on that we're going to continue to work on is building that relationship across campus and also maintaining our identities. And we have some great feedback from parents this year who have said that it's noticeable and they appreciate it and they really like that that's happening a little bit more. Next slide, please. So just to give you an idea of what a schedule might look like, this is a sample 9th grade schedule. So our 9th graders currently come to class or come to school Monday, Wednesday, Friday. They can come Tuesday, Thursday if they want to. They can be here all day, every day if they want to. Most don't, but they can. And so Tuesdays and Thursdays are their independent work time. They can stay home and do their work, or if they need extra support, they might come in. They have just a couple classes each day, and in between they work in our learning center. Next slide, please. So their work is completed 1 week at a time. It is self-paced throughout the week, not throughout the year. So that's one of the things that makes us different from some of the independent study programs that are kind of like, here's your packet of work, bring it back to me when you're done. We actually go week to week, just like colleges tend to do. So if you've ever taken an online college course, or if you have students in online college courses, that's how they work. And so that's how we work. The students work in our Learning Center between classes. They're not allowed to come and go all day. They only have to be here when they have class, but they need to stay in between classes. And that's one, for their safety, and two, to sort of force them to spend time working here sometimes. And we offer many opportunities for support in between classes, which is on the next slide. Some of our student supports include an integrated Math 1 support class, which, based on our iReady data this year, we actually combined with MathBridge. So they used to be two separate classes. And we found, when we were analyzing our data at the beginning of the year, that our students actually had a really good foundation, which is what MathBridge is usually for. And what they really needed was extra support in their Math 1 skills. So we combined the classes under a co-teaching model. And so now we actually have 3 teachers in math support. And so students are getting a ton of support. We're able to move them through stations, and it's structured in a way to really help build those foundational skills in Math 1 so that those students will be much better prepared for Math 2. ELA Bridge, we had some similar findings. So when we did our iReady data and talking to our ELA TOSA, we found that we had kind of 2 groups in our ELA Bridge class. One group were our emerging bilingual students, and then the other group were our special education or inclusive education students, and they have very different needs. And so our TOSA then has been pulling out our emerging bilingual students each week to focus on building their English literacy skills. And that allows our ed specialist in the ELA Bridge class to stay with the inclusive ed students and work on their building those core foundational English skills. We also have weekly course specific study halls. We rotate every hour. There's a different one of us in the Learning Center, so students can find our teachers all week long. This semester, we actually just started a new academic success workshop, which has been working really well. It's an intervention workshop for students who fell a little bit behind last semester. They get to spend an extra work time in the computer lab, catching up on some work. And then we're also starting credit recovery during the year this year, which is new as well. Looking to the future, some of the things that we are hoping, to work on with our student supports. One is really the focus right now is building out a much stronger tier 1, meaning supports for all students that reach everyone, so that we're offering a really strong base for everyone, and we can then strengthen our tier 2. And those are the things like the academic success workshop. And so by building out a stronger tier 1, we can look at how can we really support our higher needs students to make sure everyone's being successful. We've started a couple parent use this year. We're going to keep expanding on that. Prioritizing our math program based on our academy data, and then scheduling some collaboration time. And we're currently working on getting new science curriculum, which was another area of growth for our academy. Next slide, please. Thank you. Our academic coaching model, for those of you who don't know, an academic coach is the person who monitors the independent study program. So every student is assigned an academic coach. And that person is really there to help make sure that they're staying on track with their grades. It's kind of a point person for parents to talk to if they need it. And they also meet regularly with their students and then hold grade level meetings each month. Over the last few years, we've really been trying to strengthen that AC program, working on having more consistent academic review, so catching kids earlier so that they're not waiting 3, 4, 5, 6 weeks with not turning in work before we catch them and pull them in for a meeting. Having more consistent tracking, again, that's all about catching them early, streamlining our policies and procedures so that we're all being consistent, working in grade level teams, and then identifying our goals for each grade level to help strengthen that part of our program as well. And these are all the things we're going to continue working on. Next slide, please. Thank you. And then because we are independent study, one of the things that we want to focus on is building our community relationships, because we only see our kids 25% of the time. So we want to make sure we're branching out into the community as much as possible. So some of the things we do, we hold community service field trips. So we take our 9th graders to the food bank to bag up food, to prepare them. Last year, we also went to Joey's food pantry to help pass out food one time, which was really fun. We took some treats to the firefighters and the kids all baked, and we took them some goodies and walked down there, and they got to go and climb on the fire truck and then get a career outlook. And then we just went to UC Davis, as Diego shared earlier. And so that was our first college trip in a couple years, which was really exciting. And that was a lot of fun. Next slide, please. We also have our senior experience class, which is a requirement for graduation, where students choose a project to work on all year. And then in May, we do a big senior showcase where they're all in the learning center and they set up their projects, and the community, parents, students, we all come in and walk around. It's kind of like a science fair sort of, but for their senior experience projects, and they have to dress professionally as though they're going to an interview, and they talk through their projects. And it's really, really great sort of culmination of their 4 years with us. And they actually end up having a lot of fun as much as they stress out about it all year. Next slide. And then finally, because we are hybrid and they have flexibility, it actually allows a lot of our students to pursue individual interests. So we actually have several dancers who, a couple of them actually were PFA and came over, or they just came to us initially because their outside schedule is so heavy, they can't be at school all day. So we have a dancer, for example, who dances like 20 hours a week. It's a lot. We had one who was just in the Nutcracker in the Placer Theater. And so they're able to do that because of the flexibility in our program. I've been hosting Coffee with the Principal and our parent committee, which we named EPIC, this year. And then we have extracurricular activities, including esports, yearbook, our community service opportunities, and then leadership and link crew. Next slide, please. Thank you. All right, you've heard a lot about dual enrollment today, which is a big focus of our program. And one of the things we've really, really been working on expanding this year, because as an early college, high school, our goal ultimately is to get students as prepared as humanly possible for college. And beginning next year, actually, our students will be able to, if they choose, actually get an AA before they graduate. So they can actually have a 2-year degree before graduation through their regular schedule within the program without having to take any summer courses and without having to take a million extra classes. And so that's something when Susanna was talking about our expanding dual enrollment, that's one of our big goals with that. And so their courses, as you mentioned, are taken through ARC Online with the support of a facilitator. Everything is free. We give them everything that they could possibly need. And we do meet with them every single week in person, just like we do for every other class. Next slide, please. Just very quickly, so there's just kind of 2 different ways students can go with their dual enrollment. Option 1, and it could be anywhere in between, is they can actually finish what we call IGETC, which is the general education pattern for UC and CSU. Again, it's built into the program. They don't have to take any extra classes. They're just substituting some of their classes with college courses. And by the end of this, if they follow this pattern here, you can see it's actually not super heavy. Sophomore year has 7 classes, but that's because one of them is PE. And by the time they're done, they've got 44 college units, which is just about a year and a half done. Next slide. Option 2 is they can actually get an AA. So we have 2 freshmen so far that I have talked to that are going for this. It's not necessarily the best path for everyone because it is very intense. Like this is a heavy lift, but some students, they really, really want to. And so we support that. And so they're actually taking about 6 classes. You can see senior year is the biggest difference actually. So they're taking 6 classes every term. 3 of those are dual enrollment every term. And so at the end of this, they have 2 full years of college done before they ever graduate. All right, almost done. So our enrollment update, which I was very, very excited about. We currently are at 111 students. We've gotten a few more since our last enrollment update, which was I think in October or something. And next year, actually, we currently have a wait list for 9th, 10th, and 11th grade, which is very exciting. Just looking this morning, and actually bump that down a little bit just to be safe, but just looking this morning, we've had the majority of our students have accepted their seats. And I'm thinking we'll be somewhere between 130 and 140 for next year, which is an increase of about 20%, which I'm very, 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 very excited about because that is one of our big goals is to increase enrollment in our academy. All right. The end. Questions, comments, concerns? Yes.
Can you just kind of give us a high-level overview of where some of our incoming students are coming from?
That is a great question. I don't know. I do not have that information. We do have some coming from Leading Edge and PFAA. A lot of the incoming freshmen applied to both academies actually, so they applied to both PFAA and ECA. And so those are actually most of the ones who have not accepted their seat yet applied to both. So I'm curious to see how that kind of turns out, but they're all on the wait list for PFAA, so I'm not really sure how that's going to shake out. But outside of that, I'm actually not sure where they're coming from. Yes.
Yeah, so you provided the 2 examples for Plan 1 and 2. Are any of those available in the summer, for the summer school?
Yeah, good question. So we don't have dual enrollment during the summer, but they can take the classes independently.
so there's kind of, didn't want to get too much into the weeds, there are kind of two pieces to dual enrollment. There's the dependent, which is with us, and that's the one we were talking about. Students can actually take independent dual enrollment, so they can go take any college class they want outside of what we offer. They can take anything. Like I have somebody this summer who's taking women's history. And it requires a permission slip, but the biggest difference is we don't supervise that. So I can't share grades with parents. They're on their own. They could be in classes with other people. Whereas the supervised dual enrollment with us, they're only in class with high school students. So they're actually they're not coming into contact with adults or anything, and they're there with us and we can share grades. So that's kind of the biggest difference, but they can take anything. Yes.
Would that be that independent, let's say they take a, again, that wouldn't hurt their financial, they would still be able to, after the senior year, take free classes for the first 2 years, okay?
Absolutely, yeah, dependent or independent, they're still considered high school.
High school.
And so it doesn't affect their ability to get financial aid or anything. They actually can't get financial aid as high school students, which is why it doesn't impact that.
Okay, right. And are most of the classes online? Or
They are all online.
They're online,
All of
yeah.
the ones we offer.
Community colleges.
They can, like we have one junior right now who's in chemistry, because she wanted to do chemistry, and that is in person. So they can do that if they want to on their own, but ours are only online. Is there another question? Yes.
Sorry, one more. Does ECA do anything different in terms of outreach? Because it's such a unique program. So are we, reaching out to, for instance, dance companies or, other types of performance?
That is an excellent suggestion, sorry. And no, but I'm gonna put that on my list because one of the things I've been working on this year is marketing in order to increase enrollment. And so looking at different creative ways to get the word out about our academy, because I am very excited about it. I think it's a great program, but teaching people about our program is difficult because there aren't a lot of opportunities for that. So that is a very good suggestion. Because the other thing I'm actually looking for too are more connections for things like that, like extracurricular sports. A lot of people want to come and they say, oh, you don't have sports, never mind. And so finding connections, which it turns out is more difficult than I imagined, where people can actually go play sports in the community. Finding that for high school students is actually a lot more challenging than I realized it would be. So that's another thing I'm trying to figure out, and that's a good suggestion.
Is this the first time we've been, we have a wait list for ECA? That's what I thought.
ECA is like a little bit of credit. But I think the biggest change has just been the renaming it, right? When it was virtual, there was like all that confusion about, is it online, is it not online, whatever. And I think the Early College Academy, and Kim was saying, thinking about, we don't have data on our current freshman class, the incoming freshman class, because we're like a week out from the lottery, right? But this year's freshman class, what we definitely saw, I'm just gonna say, historically speaking, they would have been students that probably would have gone to PFAA. Like they would have, when their number came up, they would have switched over. And a lot of them actually chose to stay at ECA. And then we even saw some PFAA students leave PFAA and go to ECA, especially when they have an art form that they're already very passionate about and they really want to focus on. Or maybe they're those students that are kind of highly motivated and want to go ahead and start taking college classes and that sort of thing. So, what Kim and the team have really done this year is for those kids that are like, I'm ready to take a college class right now, there's a very clear and obvious path that they can step into. And I think what we're going to see is more leading edge students choosing to stay at Natomas Charter for high school and going to ECA. And at least looking at the wait list as they currently stand, we actually have quite a few leading edge kids on both the PFA and ECA waiting list. So wanting to actually stay versus maybe going to the IB program or going to the SECA program.
Yeah.
So we'll see how that shakes out, as we kind of move into the summer. This is our first year, of being the new name and the new program, and sort of word kind of getting out. And we'll collect some data and kind of see where the students land.
Yeah, I'm interested because, SECA did draw a lot of students who wanted this dual enrollment opportunity. So I'm hoping, and it's a small program in and of itself, and there are lots of kids who, don't either get chosen or whatever. So it's just nice that we can also offer this opportunity to a lot of students, especially those that wanted to remain at Natomas Charter.
I think what's also helpful is we're by and large, we're not the only high school offering dual enrollment, which is a good thing because we're not having to explain it as much. Like we're getting people that are like, oh, dual enrollment, I know what that is, you know? And so that helps us, I think, with the early college academy, just get people in the door that understand what they're getting into. And Kim and the team have been doing a really good job this year of really helping families understand who we are and who we are not. And really helping people understand that, you know, this is what this program is good for.
And how much space do we have?
I was just gonna ask that too. Let's get down to it.
Max.
For ninth grade, I capped it at 50 students. And so we currently have 50 students awaiting either offered or accepted seats. And I think 9 students on the wait list or something. And then at 10th and 11th grade, we have space for 28 students and we have 8, I think, on the waiting list at each grade level. And then our seniors, our class right now is 38 for next year. And we could take a few more because that has to be split into 2 classes. So it frees up a little bit of room. The reason we don't take more in 10th or 11th grade is because that would require me to split it into 2 classes and they'd be very tiny. So it's like, we would really need at least like 12 more to kind of justify that. And I don't think we'll get there. And so that's why those are capped kind of at 28.
So if you have 50 in 9th, but only 28 in 10th, how does that work?
It's the section, the way that the classes are designed, we call them sections. And so in 10th grade, there's only like 1 section of each class. It would be like a class period, right?
Okay.
And then in 9th grade, there's 2 sections. Yeah, so we just schedule it that way.
So 150 is about what we can handle?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, right now, yeah.
Okay.
At 130, 140 on a regular basis, we're probably gonna be having to talk about building.
Yeah, that's
And I think, you know, the challenge, the challenge in that the challenge that we're gonna have to navigate a little bit is part of what makes ECA successful is being on this campus where they can access the other high school community and program. And we're gonna be a little bit limited in terms of where they can be on this campus. So for instance, that 2-story classroom building, that Charter Schools Facilities Grant will not fund independent study students. It has to be used for site-based program students. But that doesn't mean that there's not other parts of the campus that we can look at utilizing. So I think we're just gonna have to get creative there a little bit and kind of, you know, moving things around and kind of figuring out what the funding allows us to use for facilities. But I know at one point we had thought about moving ECA over to the PACT campus. You were way back there over by the building. But, you know, Kim and I and Laura have been talking quite a bit and it just programmatically doesn't make sense. You know, the kids want to be here and they, you know, some of them take a PFA arts class, you know, we call it the combined honors orchestra this year. And by combined, we mean there's ECA and PFA students in it. So, you know, we want to try to offer that flexibility and sense of community. They all eat lunch together.
And we have some seniors from PFAA that join in the dual enrollment
Yeah,
classes,
true.
and so they are together, and so that's a really good chance for them to connect and be one group. So that's pretty nice, especially as they're starting to come from leading edge PFAA, they can just continue to intermix. But I wanted to take a minute to just say that Kim is really leading the way with dual enrollment. She's gonna get embarrassed, but they in the area in the Sacramento region, they're trying to figure out how to make all of the dual enrollment work and, you know, not grow too fast, and she's really been on top of it, and I know she's trying to work with other principals to figure out how to make it so that it works with high schools as well as the college system, and so we're just really fortunate to have her on the team.
Thank you.
All right, our last presentation is our teaching and learning update from Laura.
All right, does anybody need a wiggle break?
Yes.
I stand. Just stand up, like move your body, like a little bit, right?
I can't say anymore.
All right, is this a standing presentation?
Yeah,
Sure. All right, let's stand for this presentation. Okay. Well, teaching and learning, a small but mighty department. So you guys know what I do: instructional leadership, professional development, data and accountability.
and family engagement.
What don't you do? Maybe
I don't know. Yeah. All right, so next slide. That's a boring slide. That's about me. Okay, so our math TOSA, Courtney Selby, has been working really hard coaching not only the math teachers, but she's become a really great resource for science teachers. She's been mentoring our interns and some of our induction teachers who are newer. She's been putting together professional development for our new Amplify science curriculum for middle school, as well as for the CPM or college preparatory mathematics, getting training for not only our teachers, but also our paraeducators who are in the classroom supporting our students, making sure that they've got the resources and the training and everything that they need. She took a bunch of them to a CPM conference a couple of weeks ago, learning some really great things. She even got our TOSA to go along, and they gathered all the information about how to help math and language learning and everything. It was great. Next one, please. And so they are also orchestrating a lot of math events. They had a math parent night where we had parents for PFAA that were coming in, and they were sitting down as students and they were given actual CPM problems, because CPM is an investigation discussion-based math. And so that's not how most of us as parents were taught math. And so we wanted them to see what is it, because sometimes the kids come home and say, well, they didn't teach me any math today. And it's like, well, actually, we did. We're just doing it a little different way, right? We're just not lecturing at you and then giving you some homework practice problems. So anyway, so we've got a lot of things. You got some pictures there of parents at the parent night having fun. There was lots of laughter. And then she's working to get some grants for additional materials for the classrooms. If you go in our math classrooms, Courtney's been critical or key in getting, there's like these whiteboards that are up all over the classroom so that kids are, instead of sitting at a table doing math, now they're standing over here and doing math, and then they walk around and they see how everybody solved the problem and learn about the different ways to get to the answer. So it's really great. And then she does have a data brag, because teaching and learning, we love data. That Leading Edge made some major growth in their iReady diagnostic for round 2. And so we're really seeing where the teachers are jumping in and really using that math theory behind the CPM, where we're starting to see lots of growth, because it makes it accessible to kids at all different levels. As they're explaining it to each other and discussing it, you don't have to just be at the top. All right, next one. Our emergent bilingual TOSA, formerly known as English Learner, but we're changing the scene, changing the world here, because we're looking at asset-based elements of our students. And so our students are learning to become bilingual. So she has, Alyssa Khan-Ortiz joined our staff this year. She's been great. She's been helping with a lot of professional development, professional learning for staff. She is a part of our EL committee. So we have a group of teachers that meet once a month to talk about different strategies and supports and ways to engage students. She has just jumped in and is leading the ELAC meetings with me, so the parents, and then is also part of our diversity, equity, and inclusion community. We have been looking at setting up, she's been modeling designated English learner support. So in the state, you have 2 kinds of supports. You have designated, which is very specifically learning the language. And then you have integrated, where you're using strategies within the classroom to support the language. And so she has been single-handedly doing designated ELD at all 5 academies on all 5 schedules. And let me tell you, her schedule is crazy. I thought my calendar was full. This lady's running all around. But she's getting it. She's figuring out what's the best method in each of the different academies, depending on the kids and the setup and everything. And then next year, could you do the next slide, I think, please? Next year, we're working to set up more designated time for students. But we're going to be doing a co-teaching model where she's teaching it with another teacher at that academy so that she can then train that teacher to then be the designated EL support teacher. Because we know that sometimes as funding comes and goes, right, it's the coaches that go first, and we want to make sure that no matter what happens, our students will be served. Let's see. She has a goal here, but she has been teaching in, when I say she's making this happen, the TOSAs are housed in the IT workroom, and in the back they have a little tiny conference room that's probably this big, and she's in there with groups of kids, and she's made it into a classroom, and she's got a little whiteboard. She's got, they sit on the ground over here while the kids are doing things over there, and so she's really working and moving and grooving and making it happen. And so we can't wait for our LPAC test scores to come in. We've been testing them. I think we just have the speaking testing. You have to do one-on-one with all the kids left. So we're hoping for some good results. The kids have made a lot of progress in their iReady testing. We see kids make big progress that have been working with her one-on-one, and she's really good at diagnosing that. So there we go. Okay, and then library, you're in our lovely Black Rock library here. Caitlin Kelly, this year, she was our library technician for the past, I think 7 to 8 years, with Elsa O'Varrill moving to the PFAA assistant principal's position. Caitlin has stepped up. She's our library and media instructor, and she's getting like 2 credentials right now. One is her CTE librarian credential, and she's getting another one on media literacy. She's amazing. And so she has jumped in, and so you've seen all the different displays that have been in here. We have a rainbow in the back for March, and usually there's the yellow gold book thing is right underneath that. So the pot of gold is books. Anyway, so she's been working a lot with that. She's been leading win times and learning labs, giving some enrichment to students and making sure that they're all getting into reading, the love of reading. She's been working with our emergent bilingual TOSA to get high interest, low level reading books into our library for our students who are at those lower levels, but they still want to read about middle school and high school topics and things. They don't want to read about little pigs and things like that. So she's getting a bunch of those books in. She continues to diversify our collection and work with teachers. She's been making research guides. So if a teacher says, oh, we're studying this in this history class, and so she'll come up with all these resources so that the kids can do research projects. It's amazing. Underneath her, we have Sarah Pugh. She's our new library technician, and she has jumped right in and become a part of our community, helping with all the decorations, the different displays. One of the things that she's really enjoying is just that creativity side and working with the kids to get creative and come up with these things. Next one, please. And of course, we have Chris Strazo, who is our librarian at the Star Academy site, and he runs all of the library enrichment or specials classes. So the students all rotate through him through the week, and they get to check out books, and he does different studies on different topics and aligns with the standards that the kids are learning at each grade level. And so he has been really integral. This year, he opened up the Star Cafe, he calls it. It's where before school, kids can come in and check out books. They can bring their parents in if they want to, go look at some books, that type of thing. So they have additional access to the library. And he has been really excited about that. He even has a little, like the older kids are helpers in the library, and so they help shelving the books. And, I walk in there sometimes and they go, how can I help you? And they're just so cute. They're so fabulous. So he's doing a great job over there. Our Black Rock office staff is also part of Teaching and Learning Academy. And so We have Molly Schmidt, who is our data manager and does all of our crazy data that's needed for the state and everything. I don't know what I'd do without her. And so she is the manager for the group. And so I had to all get together for a little picture there. But they are a fabulous team and made the lottery happen last week. And that was fabulous. And now they're busily trying to get students and families in for next year. And we have a couple of new people. So on the far left, we have Roseanne. She does our attendance. She's been here a while. Linda Matson-Bose has been a part of it, Natomas Charter, for I don't even know how long. And then Heidi Cervantes is fairly new. She joined our front office staff this year. She was helping last year at STAR. We have Elliot Beach. And
Also known as DJ.
I was gonna say DJ Hustle. If you heard about that, he does DJing on the side. The kids loved it. He did a thing at lunch for them.
We've been requested at every dance now.
Yeah.
Just so you know, Dr. Liz, DJ Hustle.
That's the only DJ they want to have now. Anyway, he's great. Just fabulous. He also is a coach, and so he helps out with different coaching things. Michelle Honeycutt. And then Molly Schmidt. So they are a fabulous group, and there's always lots of laughter and happiness amongst the busy focus. So, okay, next one. Last but not least, teaching and learning includes the IT team. And so we have our team. They've been together since 2021. When Gabriel joined them. Of course, I asked them for some information for our slides, and they give me by the numbers. I don't know how many devices we have, and how many support tickets have been resolved, and this is why they're fabulous at their jobs. And then they also gave me a little word cloud for all of the bigger projects that they're doing: cybersecurity, they're doing staff security, data security, mentoring students. They have through our student work program. They have a couple of students that come in and they work and intern with them, learning computer skills, helping with things. And so that's a great program, and it's fabulous. If you're in their office, the kids come in for their intern hours, and it's just like they're going to work, man. They're just like, okay, what's the project today? Let's do it. So it's so fabulous to see that. And I know they've been a big part of the esports that ECA is doing as well, and getting that set up. Okay, so our goals. We have big goals. We have 4 buckets or bubbles. Here they are. So we're going to continue in the coming years to focus on our math, not only the CPM, which we've added the high school CPM this year, but then looking at TK through 12. And one of the things we like is that our Ready Mathematics in elementary school at Star Academy and CPM both have this focus on math discourse. So the talking, the work together, the verbalizing and the understanding the math together. And so she's looking at how Courtney Selby we can really get that to be vertically aligned all the way through. Our emergent bilinguals, working on that designated instruction, and then the integrated instruction, working with the teachers to make sure that they've got really good supports for supporting the students. Supporting our LTELs, which are long-term English learners. So those are kids that have been 5 years or more in a California school as an English learner. And oftentimes once they get to that point, they kind of stall out and aren't continuing to grow. And so she's working with that. And then we have our big 3. If anybody wants to come to our next ELAC meeting, and I think it's April 24th, it's a Monday. We're going to be looking at academic vocabulary, oracy, and literacy, and working on those. We also have a big push for instructional onboarding. So whenever we have new staff that work with students, we do a lot of onboarding and training and meeting with them every month and supporting them to make sure that they are ready to be the best supports for our students. And then professional development for school-wide. We are continuing to work on our PLC process, which is where you have a group of teachers and staff that are working together to look at data and really continue to reflect on their processes and strategies. Universal design for learning strategies, that's where you're kind of like you have a ramp, right? If you have a ramp, everybody can come in the building versus just the stairs, you know? And then our English learner strategies. And then one of our most exciting projects is that we use some of the one-time funding to buy some iPads and tripods for the TOSAs. And so they've been going around, and when they see like really great strategies or teaching pieces, and they're videoing it so we can have a library, because it's really hard for teachers to get from one campus to the other and see this amazing thing, you know, on their prep and, you know, all of that. And so they're putting together a library. And I was just actually at PACT today with Alicia Carter, and we were in a workshop, and we were like, oh, people need to see this, right? And I said, call the TOSAs. They'll come and make a video, and they're going to have a library, and then we can have some professional development around that. So it's really exciting. And I think that's it. Yes. Okay. Any questions about teaching and learning?
You guys are doing amazing.
You can see they're a very busy department.
Oh, yes, they are.
We've added them though. One of the things I think has been really helpful is that Laura and the team have really helped to kind of streamline things across classrooms, grade levels, and academies, and also look for opportunities where we could have some strong relationships between the academies that maybe didn't exist before, so.
And helping with consistency of like strategies and curriculum, and, you know, really looking at how do we, you know, pilot a curriculum and then decide if that's the right one. So that consistency is important.
All right, enrollment report. Will be efficient. So we're getting to that time of year where we actually pause enrollment, especially in our site-based programs. We do that at the beginning of the third quarter, I should add ECA and PACT as well. So right now, the numbers, Kim mentioned she's actually at 111, it's at 110 on here. So overall, as a school, we're basically at what our adopted, or our CBEDS numbers were. And then since we're talking about enrollment, we are in the thick of application season. So we just got done with the lottery. We had 1,643 applications going to the lottery. That's our highest number ever. And I just looked at the system. We've actually had 65 applications submitted since the lottery last week. So we're actually over 1,700 applications in the system right now. What is kind of interesting to watch is, at least at this point, this, like, almost everyone that we're initially offering spots to is accepting, which has not always happened in the past. Like, we've always had like a little bit of a shuffle. So, you know, for anyone listening out there, I don't want anyone to panic, because I've been here 10 years. There's always been a shuffle. I think there will still be a shuffle. But, you know, we're kind of waiting for, you know, Intercom to be offering their spots. I know the private schools just got done with their offers. Now they're talking financial aid with families. So there'll be some shuffling. We have our intent to returns, like for our PFA 8th graders, for instance, going out next week, and then that might mean that we're offering more spots, you know, if some of the 8th grade families are not returning. But a really strong year application wise, and you know, which is good, you know. So we'll kind of see how the rest of the application season shakes out.
Questions, comments?
Z was coming.
This is your final reminder.
How many left?
They're due until, well, I'm not gonna put anybody on blast, Dr. Mayor.
No, just numbers.
There's a man right there with me, you can call us out, it's fine.
Maybe it would be easier to tell us who asked.
They have to be submitted by the end of this month. So like later this week, starting next week, I'll start doing some serious hounding. And then, you know, however we need to arrange. If you wanna just drop it off, have me meet you outside, totally fine. You need me to come to you and get it, completely fine. It needs to be a wet signature so you can't scan it. And that's all.
So just a few more?
Just a few more.
And if you need a support session, I'm happy to, you can sit down and do some one-on-one,
expert.
right? Well, I don't know that I'm the expert, but I'm willing to sit next to you.
Hey, Ziba, tomorrow, I put on tomorrow's admin meeting.
We need a total of 700.
I know, we need a close-up for that.
Executive director comments. Thank you all for all your ongoing support. You know, it was 3 years ago today. We actually closed.
Oh, really?
schools.
Yeah.
3 years ago today, to the date. So thank you for your ongoing support as we've been navigating 36 months of pandemic and all the fallout.
Another world.
Just 4 quick things. First of all, Something Rotten opens on Friday night. You will see some children near and dear to at least a couple of our hearts in the performance. So we encourage you to come. It's actually going to be a phenomenal production. The stage comes out into the audience.
Oh, really? What?
And Laura has been sewing quite a few amazing costumes that you get to see.
Lovely fancy sleeves you'll see on stage.
Yeah.
Handcrafted.
So that opens on Friday, and I'll be going the next 2 weekends. We are in the thick of CASP testing. That season is starting. We're having our first annual multicultural fair at school-wide. That's going to be hosted at Star Academy on March 31st. Caroline Hines and Karen Quant have been spearheading that, so kudos to both of them.
Can I put in a plug for
Yeah.
that? It's all families coming out and sharing their cultures and having booths and like local performers, whether they're from the school or from community groups. So come on out, we're gonna have food trucks, it's gonna be so great. And it's really the community that's putting it on, so.
And then the next day, same location at Star Academy, is Kiwanis and the HR team have been working with some other charter schools here in the Sacramento region. And we're organizing probably our first annual charter school job fair. So specifically to people interested in working at charter schools. So that'll be on Saturday, April 1st. Those are my plans.
Good stuff. Thank you. Thank you so much. Board of Director comments. Go see the play.
I have a question about so who designed the set for this?
Mr. Blank with the Stagecraft students, and then also working with Sarah Winter and Karen Pollard. So they kind of work collaboratively together.
And it's this weekend and next week.
So it's this Friday and Saturday night, and then next Thursday night, Friday night, and then there's 2 shows on Saturday, Saturday matinee and a Saturday night on the 25th. There's even some other like dress rehearsals and student rushes we could, they're sort of on like the secret menu. But there's multiple performances.
I don't like it.
Come on, there you go.
Yeah. Short flight, just saying. All right, future board agenda items. Okay,
So you're just technically adjourning to closed session now?
we're going to adjourn to closed session.
And I will take you back
At
over to the room.
8:52 PM.
8:52.
We will reconvene open session when you're done with closed session to report out any action or report that there was no action. And I'll wait in here for that to happen because I'm not turning off all YouTube or any of that stuff.
Okay.
So if you all go back in the conference room.
Field trip, and then we'll come back.
Okay.
Need time. Oh, yeah. We have a quorum.
Sorry, can I read the bedroom? Okay, I will reconvene us to open session 9:05. No action taken in closed session. I will adjourn the meeting at 9:05.
Thank you.
Thank you.